Hello, everyone, and welcome. We're trying to get started a bit early on days when we can. Not always going to be the case, but when we can. Folks over on Twitch are amidst an ad break, so we'll try to chatter for a little bit. It's been pretty good lately, pretty good. The lower stream requirements seem to be getting us past the internet issues, though those seem to be a little better. We'll see if that holds. Kitties are doing pretty good today. Sky's snoozing up in the tree. Mason and Sammy in their preferred locations there on the bed. Ember on my shoulder and Molly down below me. We have that one guy, Bunty, over on Twitch, and Jaden. Hello, Jaden. You've recently started playing D&D, Jaden. Oh, how are you liking that? Bed camera, and we'll do this one. Played D&D for a long time. Not recently, but you know, it's been a thing throughout my life. There's a button that I have to press, and I'm trying to find that button. Come on out now. I know you're here. Dungeons and Dragons, I've done everything from DM to play. Mostly play in the recent history, and by recent I mean I think the last one was like a year ago. The big difficulty is finding the right crew for it. I don't like the idea of pickup groups. That and really getting into a character is, at least personally, psychologically draining. And I really like to play a character when I play a character. Not so much like voicing them or anything like that, but, you know, playing somebody that isn't me, very emphatically isn't me. At least that's the goal. Oh, it's going to be creepy puzzle game today. So we are going to do this and get that ready. But yeah, Dungeons and Dragons, I've played it since, I think the earlier I play, years and years. Warlock is a fun class, Jaden. I do like Warlock, but primarily I like Warlock because they have a lot of built-in theming. Mechanically, like how the game works, which has a lot of issues. Warlock is not good. They have good spots, but it feels like they came up with a theme for them first and thought about how they'd actually function over a long period poorly. Early on, like most classes, they're just fine. But the longer a warlock goes on, the more they start to come to pieces. Again, mechanically. Roleplay-wise, I love them. I almost always play warlock for that reason. Because all of their abilities are really... It's very easy to come up with ways to customize that. But if you're willing to commit that kind of mind space to customizing your class, and you're at a table where you're able to, you know, easily do that, you can do that with everybody. I played a wizard that was a tiny war machine. It thought it was a chef, but all of its abilities were Think Tiny Gundam. Every one of its spells was in some way altered to be a physical manifestation. So, like, Magic Missile was weaker because it did, physical explosive damage instead of force damage. Force damage is really, really good. But, cluster missiles are cooler. Did they not want you to be a ranger because some other reason, or because ranger is one of the most undercooked classes in 5th edition D&D? Again, not fundamentally bad. It just doesn't really feels like they didn't think it through well. And that's been true of ranger since like post 2nd edition. When in 2nd edition ranger was amongst the hybrid classes, second AD&D 2nd edition and earlier, ranger was a hybrid, which effectively meant better but levels slower. A holdover from very early D&D concepts, like the rogue was actually a just started, Tibbs, just started, trying to fire up a little bit earlier today, so no worries there. Just chatting with Jaden over on the YouTube side. I think, Jaden, to make Ranger really shine, especially if you are in an experienced table, and even more so if it is a combat centric table, then Ranger is going to be not beginner friendly. Well, Tibbs, if right now it's about midnight, hey, I'm starting actually like on the prior day for you. Yeah, Tibbs. Sounds like Jaden is starting a D&D game. Starting to play in a D&D game. We shall now have the fun of a very indirect conversation via an intermediary. Dungeons and Dragons is, I mean, it's been pervasive, but boy, the pandemic really skyrocketed it into modern entertainment culture. Not that it wasn't before, but it is very, very visible, and there are major venues as far as what it is. So, like your critical roles and your Dimension 20 and those kind of things, where you have people that are not only very social, but additionally people that are, for lack of a more specific term, actors playing. So you get to see almost like the idealized form of a tabletop game. I mean, ultimately, Tibbs, as far as like beginner friendly in D&D, it comes down to the table. I think if you have a hardcore combat centric, like 5th edition Pathfinder, any of them that are by their nature mechanically combat centric. The primal example would be 4th edition D&D, but Dungeons and Dragons and its genetic siblings are by their nature combat focused. If you were to take their rule sets and you would take all of the stuff that is about killing things and all of the stuff that is about anything else. Predominantly, the stabbing is the majority of the rules. Uh, and if you're playing hardcore about that, like really expecting the players to be optimal, then beginner friendly is not really a thing. Towards middle ground of that, there are some classes that are going to have a rougher time, but if you have a really casual table where it's much more about playing the story and that optimization or worries about that don't come into play, then you play what you want. You're playing the fantasy. You know, you're playing the narrative. Everybody's got their narrative. The overall campaign has its narrative. You do what is right. Oh man, you're even playing with XP points? Yeah, that's not a beginner friendly table. Good God. Uh, XP points tends to be, I mean, I don't want to call it murder hobo, but XP points encourages murder hobo. Tibbs, the two common level up mechanics in I'm referring to the two basic level up mechanics. They're talking about using um, uh, XP value points. So challenge rating gives you XP points. Encounters of all kinds give you XP points. Um, which means in any given encounter, if it is a combat oriented encounter, you need to win that encounter or you don't get points. You are encouraged not only to ensure conclusion of the encounter, but also to maximize the number of encounters versus cost of encounter. So, as long as you can contrive to have a challenge rating on the encounter, you do it. Now, if I would refer to it as if the game is being played as a narrative and you're using XP points, it won't matter. It'll be fine still because the idea of an encounter is going to be driven accordingly. Like you can't force an encounter for XP, that kind of thing. You get experience points when you have earned experience points, not when something dies, you know? Again, it comes down to the table. It's if XP points are viewed as something that you must like extract, and that it is that you're always trying to scrape them, then it creates the wrong incentive because you want to maximize that. That is the core advancement mechanism. It's the reason that milestone ultimately exists is because you are trying to encourage them to complete things. You can do milestone badly too. It's that XP point campaigns tend towards having a again perverse incentives. It's with XP points you're trying to justify getting them. Yes, and that's what you want, Tibbs, is that there is a reward for, let's say, completing a scene. A chapter has concluded in the story, a major event happened, and you get something. Um, XP systems sometimes get viewed as better because they give you interim rewards, like a feeling of smaller scale progression. I didn't get a level, but I got a tenth of a level. Number go up. That is good. So that's where milestone systems can fall flat, is that you get this feeling that unless we got a level, we got nothing. So your rewards feel like they're less tangible or less frequent. Uh, and I think you can effectively do both. Is you are rewarded for completing scenes by getting experience points, but those experience points are not based on encounters, they're based on progress. They're based on achieving goals, you know. So it doesn't matter if it was an ogre or, you know, a swarm of rats or something like that. If it was a major incident and you solved it one way or the other, then you get progress. Um, a way that I've referred to it in general gameplay discussions across it's the idea of I've referred to it as you get a cookie. Um, the did you do something that promotes the way that the game is intended to be played? And by intended to be played, I mean at the table. Are you doing things that line up with the game? Tabletop RPGs are all about the table. If the everybody at the table is all about the stabbing, and you are doing something that is excellent stabbing, then you should be rewarded for excellent stabbing. If you're at a table where everybody else is all role playing like hard social and similar interactions, and you come out swinging, you don't get a cookie. That is not to say punching is not an option in that kind of setting. It's that you might be going against the overall flow of the table. In a similar vein, what you're saying is shortest path through the dungeon. You don't just get rewarded for the dungeon. You get rewarded for solving scenes, for completing things. So if you just full out sprint through the dungeon, beginning to end, why were you there? Did you accomplish what you were there for? Did you get the thing? Have you carried out the MacGuffin? If the dungeon is set up such that you can rush to the MacGuffin, not solve any of the side stuff, and get out and still progress the story with no difficulty, then yeah, you achieved the goal. Um, Jaden has referenced the peasant railgun. The peasant railgun is a peasant railgun is a meme. It refers to a for those that aren't aware of what the peasant railgun is. The peasant railgun refers to a way that 5th edition D&D works in that dropping and picking up like handing something to someone else is a free action. Um and the assertion being that because handing something to somebody else imparts speed, that thus handing it to a series of people over and over, since it is instantaneous, it would cause it to move extra fast. But 5th edition regularly doesn't follow real world physics. And any time that you have something like the peasant railgun being allowed, it is being allowed for the memes. It is intensely against the spirit of the rules in how they function. Um, from a alternate perspective, the idea that handing it across those people in an instant makes it travel fast isn't necessarily the only way to interpret it. It's that it exists in the hands of every one of those people over the course of that 6 seconds, but it does not necessarily travel between those points. It's if it is instantaneous for me to hand it to you, then it need not actually cross the distance in speed. Because if it crosses that distance in speed, you cannot move that fast. Your arms would rip free. So if you're going at 500 feet per second, the guys at the end, the guys at the middle, the guys at the like first quarter would have their hands blown apart. Because the impact of the object with their hand in order to hand it to the next person would be ripped to shreds by something moving at that pace. Trying to incorporate real world physics into every element of a fantasy starts to make things stretch weird. It's the reason that any use of fire in magic does not cause fires unless it explicitly says it can ignite things. So a fireball does not necessarily ignite things. It has to say that it can light them on fire, or it can't. Because it's you get those tabletop arguments as, oh, but it involved fire, so it does these other things. Again, the nature of Dungeons and Dragons is because there are physical things described in the magic along with their mechanical aspects. There are assertions involved, but all of those include the suspension that you have to be able to perform those things, or at least mechanically you are allowed to. Hey there, Key. We're talking about Dungeons and Dragons. The So the aforementioned peasant railgun. So handing something to somebody being an instant action occurs in combat. Not everything is combat. You cannot force the combat system to happen. The GM has to allow it to be in initiative. Secondarily, all of the peasants that are in line have to be able to line up in initiative order. That presupposes that the NPCs are aware of the game mechanics. Because if one guy isn't in initiative order, the effect stops. And this is assuming the aforementioned peasant rupture doesn't happen by, like, peasant one. But long story short, all of the stories of like this meme thing that happened are often goofy thing that happened at one group's table. You get it spread to others because it was a funny thing and somebody references it. Haha. But that doesn't mean that it actually would function in any way like they mention it. Uh, whether by GM fiat, remember that the GM is the ultimate arbiter outside of any other mechanic. Doesn't matter what it says on Twitter, doesn't matter what the game maker has said. At the table, the GM is the arbiter. That is their purpose. They are the arbiter of the actual rules of the game. It should not be an adversarial position. And then, even past that, it is the mechanics of the table. In the same way that the GM is not the adversary of the players are not the adversary of the GM. Yeah, yeah. Um, the uh, if you get a no, you can't, then bring it up later and say, this is why I think we can. No, you can't. As far as like, no, this is the way the spell is actually works. Oh, I didn't know that. Is different than, oh, but I read in an internet post that I can. Anyway, last time we finished Maximus's story, and that unlocked the admin account. So at the end of Maximus's story, we've discovered that Desktop Explorer, the program, was written by the father, the I believe it's the adoptive father of Maximus. It's unclear. Um, and the intent of the program appears to be brainwashing. Uh, so you made a donut in Blender, Tibbs. Do you mean like a basic like a toroid, or do you mean like a rendered donut, like toppings and sprinkles sort of donut? Uh, oh, fancy. Hey, you're getting there. It's Blender is one of those things that eventually I want to learn, if for no other reason than I would like to mess around with like 3D models and being able to do actual rendering and then work on learning how to make a model that is good for 3D printing and then how to use like programs to properly segment it would be neat. I mean, so you say you just followed the tutorial, but um, I think everything from a technical perspective. Now you'll get some things by like rote memory. You've done it before, so you can do it again, kind of stuff. Um, but finding information and utilizing it, finding information and being able to leverage it into something usable for your purposes is in itself a skill. Just being able to watch the video and apply what you see, even if you're just following those steps, is still developing the skill. If you watch Bob Ross and you make a cool painting as a result, even if it's not exactly what Bob Ross made, you have learned and developed your ability to paint and had a very soothing experience in the course of it. Don't sell yourself short just because you are doing something that is often like put down as not as good in some fashion. Ow. Ow. New chair is good, but the pain situates somewhere else, sitting for a long time. We have I think it's a nautilus shell kind of pattern now. But this guy made a program to seemingly to brainwash people. In Maximus's case, it seems to have influenced and altered the sort of social media program that she was using. And it really seemed to be, towards the end of it, there was very much some, let's say, some dangerous psychological manipulation being done. The final bit of the search history after the effects of that program would have come into place was a bridge. We don't know what happened. We only know that Maximus went missing. Maxine, as it were. Halibut, Hal, the brother of the person that wrote this program, seems to have encountered it after the death of the brother. And that program was creating an intensively invasive guilt trip about the death of the brother, culminating in the program demanding that the person playing it admit that they could have done more to prevent the death of the brother. Now, it's indicated that Hal didn't complete the story, but he didn't complete it up until, like, all the way through some of the really harsh things that started happening. So not only does it read into all of your internet actions, all of what you've been doing on the computer, it seems to have some ability to get in your head. All right, Jaden, thanks for swinging through. So it'll be interesting to find out more about what the father was up to. Who are you? No one should have access to this profile, yet I feel compelled to write this for someone to find. It would not be the first time this computer acts against my wishes. What you find here is not something to be proud of. I did my best to contain it, as it could not be destroyed, even by its creator. I consider it my life's work. What a pathetic legacy. I have no idea who you are. Still, you must know this. All you will find here are my mistakes. Well, that is that advances the narrative, but also has the feel of, I never intended to hurt anyone. So let's see. We have the text document that popped open. We have a folder called Shame. Tibbs, the whole presentation of the game follows the form of that kind of creepypasta. This is the computer that we got from our uncle, who I can't tell if it's implying that they're dead or if they've just become mentally incapable that they have effectively left our lives. There is an indication of, it was referred to as like a progressive amnesia, but there is like a intense senility kind of aspect that is described. Upon interacting with it, we encounter a program called Desktop Explorer, and it has the "I'ma do creepy things" aspect that goes with a lot of these creepy pastas. We don't know if it's powered by the heart of a forsaken child, um, or not, but we'll find out. All right, what's in the wastebasket? Encrypt instructions. Send it where it's supposed to be. In downloads. Psychostimuli. So Desktop Explorer at the end of the Maxine segment itself addresses us from the altered social media game, and claims that it was written by the father in order to psychologically manipulate her, and in particular to change her aspirations from art and music, and to follow in his footsteps as a programmer for the company that makes the operating system. We don't know how much of that is actually true, but it would line up that there is some sort of like research or documentation involving messing with people's brains on this profile. The theory of psychoevolution, crossed out, enhancement of self-perception through psychostimuli. Humanity has reached a state of comfort and well-being due to advancements in technology. Comfort and well-being is crossed out due to advancements in technology and medical research. There is still the neglect of emotional impact and error that plague human nature. What is the Rick and Morty line? That pause there, that's where you should have said mental health. It could be that these are meant to be underlined and not crossed out. Could be a font issue. Humanity is no longer most threatened by terrorism, sickness, and plague curable through common medicine. Okay, they are crossed out. Antibiotics. The viruses that compromise the integrity of society are similar to digital ones. Trojan horses, lies and deception, veiled in self-desires, cowardice and emotion. Humanity is being constantly bombarded, pushed to the limits of their psyche due to the lack of understanding of the subconscious's influence on all actions. Similar to Darwin's survival of the fittest, when muscles are torn and bones are broken, the human body is designed to rebuild itself stronger than before or perish trying. This is something that I always tell people to watch out for. It is the way that it is said, so it is not incorrect to say it because, language works how language works. But from a pure meaning perspective, from what you are saying the body is designed implies a designer, implies somebody that had a hand in it. Now, setting aside creationism or any of those discussions, it's the body works a particular way. It has developed to work a particular way. It is not supposed to work a particular way. It does work a particular way. So the idea that it's designed to rebuild stronger, it's designed to heal. And there are consequences of that healing that are beneficial. That is through natural adaptation, that beneficial healing process where the join in broken bones is more durable in some cases, can work out, and thus those individuals propagate more. But that doesn't mean that it is universally beneficial, that it does more than it says it does on the tin. The join of the bones is much harder. It is formed of a slightly different stuff, but that doesn't mean that the bone heals properly, that the individual becomes stronger, becomes better. If it doesn't heal properly, it could be warped, it could impede the individual. The wound closes, but it did not expel a foreign body, and thus the foreign body is now sealed inside and potentially causing more harm. It is evaluate what it does, not what you think it is supposed to do. And do not assign agency where there is not or need not be for it to be. That is particularly true with the modern perception of what AI is. It's it's not intelligence that is being presented. Intelligence is a term with baggage. It is results of algorithm. It does particular things, and with the language model things we have now, the things that it does are not thinking, and asserting that they are thinking is not necessary to demonstrate function. By saying thinking, by asserting thinking, we assert other things. And that assertion and the belief in that assertion is meant to drive shareholder value, is meant to encourage people to invest and do more. It doesn't mean that it actually does that. All of the models that show, oh, these are the thought processes of it, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors that are incorporated into those processes. It comes down to the results and what they actually do. What they actually do is fantastically impressive. And such, we don't need to lie about what they actually do. This tangent brought to you by Newt. The only way humanity may achieve enlightenment, crossed out, escape the prison of their mind is through overcoming trauma by force. That's troubling. We are in need of a program, crossed out, achieved through computerized behavioral analysis. Think of it as a mirror. The computer doesn't know you, it is a reflection of you, crossed out. I'm just helping you clear the picture. It is a look into the subconscious, crossed out. So this is goofy. Think of this text file. In lieu of deleting the text, they left it in and highlighted it, changed the font to include strikeout. That is a lot of steps as opposed to delete or backspace or any of the other things. That is a minimum of, let's call it, 1 user interaction, 2 user interactions, 3 to select strike through, and 4 to accept the result. I have worked in user interface. This is that is 4 clicks to accomplish what being generous would have been 2, and 1 of those a keystroke, whereas 4 with 1 being a keystroke. Not great. Narratively, these are there to impart on us potential parts of the thought process of the writer. We are experiencing the text file equivalent of a audio log found on the floor in a pool of blood. Encryption instructions. Okay. To decrypt follow in reverse. So it'd be 2, then 3. Oh, okay. So this is the... This is such a weird way to present it. So we have the grid. Coordinates correspond to the letter. We take the... This is weird. So they have the x coordinate and the y coordinates taken and back to back, put in sequence adjacent to each other. Then, oh, okay. We have a grid. We take the letters that we want and take their coordinates. Then we split those coordinates, x and y, out. We take the x and put them in a row, then the y and put them in a row after. Then we take the pairs from that resultant number and we map them back to the grid to get the encrypted, the result of it. So we convert hello into FNNVD. There you go. That's a good one. One of the advantages of this is that it requires... It's not like a replacement. It's not that whenever you see, H, it means F, or F is replaced with H kind of thing. It's in order to break the cipher just using what you're seeing, you have to know how many letters, and then you have to have an idea of what the adjacent letters are. Because you take the count of them, and the first X digits of the resulting set are part of that first sequence. The last are part of that sequence. It's these crossover points extra muddle it. That's pretty good. This is going to be a whole thing. Downloads, okay, that's where we had those. Documents, memories, deanalysis.nsh, and that is that is related to the terminal. To memories, we have a messed up file here. Okay. Here's some relevance. So this is a picture of... I can never remember his name. I think it starts with E. Next to the wife. The wife... I don't know if Maxine is her child or is adopted. Whether the adoption papers were related to Herbert adopting Maxine after his brother's death, or Hal. But these glyphs on her necklace are the glyphs that have been repeated throughout and are also in our color lens program here, or affiliated with the red being fire, then the blue being the water symbol here, and then the yellow being this like moon symbol. Beverage. Which creates a connection between the wife and those symbols. The wife has been a individual talked about. part of the events, but has not been, let's call it, an actor in the events thus far. Wow, corrupted, unable to restore. Wonder if that's going to be relevant. Emmett, there we go. And do we have any entries? No. The audio is associated with whatever you're looking at. It's in the shame folder. Conclusion. Access to this is prohibited. If you're reading this, give up. The password to this folder is not within my files. I've made sure that the contents are inaccessible. Desktop Explorer installer. So every time we've dealt with Desktop Explorer, I believe we've had to install it. There is an implication that it has been uninstalled each time. I think Hal, I can't remember if Hal installed it on their account before we got to it, or if we had to install it. But with Maxine's, we definitely had to install it. They uninstalled it and then hid the file, but did not delete the file. And that's notable, is why don't they just delete the file? Okay, it's in our terminal. Boo. Uninstall software. Now playing Exploit. Desktop Explorer analysis tool is locked. Input password to enable shell script. What would we have? Just try. Be gruesome to try. I don't have a reason to try to decrypt that. FMRUHBX. There was another messed up file somewhere here. Yeah, same issue. What would our password be here? It says it's not in their files. Okay. Oh. Dweeb Nation. No such thing as a stupid question. Okay, so red links are dead links. We do not have an online connection, so no internet is shown down here. Blue links we can follow. These are things that have a cached local version. We have restoring a corrupted chronolog file. We have 2 of those. And how to get the location from Nextrooms. Nextrooms was the social media account that Maxine used. IP address or location estimate. Oh. Okay. So, XX Bone Crusher XX. There was a character that interacted with Maxine that kept telling her, oh, your family situation is toxic. It was. But your family situation is very toxic. You should come out here to be with me. I'll help you get set up out here. You should get that plane ticket. I keep telling you, you should come out here. You should get away from them. It had real bad vibes from that person. They were called Femur. This is Bone Crusher. Can I get their IP address or location from their account? Is this them trying to find her? Because when she finally said, hey, stop asking, I'm not going to, I told you to stop, he lashed out hard. It is the kind of reaction that you get from abusive individuals, from predatory individuals, that once they get the impression that their efforts aren't going to pay off, they'll turn on the person. So doubling down on the creep factor. Ow. Ow. Is there a way to get an IP address or location? It might be a security risk, so I'm curious. Please abstain from privacy breaching questions. Reporting to moderation. Unfortunately, it is impossible to get the IP addresses from the client. To get that data, you'd have to breach the server-side infrastructure. I stopped a disk formatting process and now Chronolog is empty. I mean, if you were formatting a disk, it would probably do that. NextOS does not support any Chronolog data restoring measures. I implemented one from scratch. Send a request to this address for further help. Okay. Do we have anything in the history? Here we go. Inbox related to that person. And we have three possible links here. May 27th, CHR issue 91. So an issue ticket. Common thing with emails is, I mean, folks already probably know this, but it's kind of funny that you would get regarding prepended to the subject. And because of that, each time you would get another regarding. But after the first one, it doesn't really add information other than imply the parent-child relationship. And especially with modern email things, you could get that information out of like metadata and whatnot, what the prior email was or similar, whether it's chronology or the inclusion in it, trying to look at it and say, well, how many REs are there? How many tabs are there? That will tell me. You, Mr. Sounder. Sorting entries by date setting not working correctly. Status solved. Okay, that's just sort by date wasn't working. Storyteller plus bug. Operating system crashes after stacking style tags. Example to replicate bug. Apparently, there was a crash or like soft lock issue resulting from stacking too many tags or similar in the inside of the little pseudo HTML app in the game. that was fixed in a recent patch. Does it? Wiggly. I wanted to see. Is not out of scope and complete. This is out of scope and completely unnecessary. Could you please focus on features that actually make sense for an average user? Feature request. Enable command line access to restore corrupted files. Proposed command, chrono restore, enter file path of corrupted entry. Chrono restore, yep. That one, none in downloads. Oh, hey, we can backspace in this terminal. Res. Can I? Fine. Documents. /09 1995. Okay, how about haha. Following text is a test for Project Desktop Explorer. We'll write about recent life events and compile program to see acknowledgement and logs. All right, so this is the indication of the connection between Desktop Explorer and Chronolog, the diarying program. That Desktop Explorer would parse through this and behave according to information it extracted from this. As of writing this, Layla has voiced concern over my sleeping patterns for 3 times in the same week, Layla being his wife. Never shown any signs of neurological conditions, not before leaving Spiralsoft, Maxine's birth, or our marriage. Okay, Maxine is his actual daughter. And so the adoption papers would be from Hal stepping in after. There is an implication that Hal and Layla were having an affair as Emmett became increasingly, estranged. Which could imply would line up with his increasing involvement in the family during and after. Need to see specialists sooner rather than later. Mentions of golden ratio while asleep compromise delicate information. Golden ratio is a UI principle that you see with this. It will demonstrate the spiral, a particular layout and proportioning that is supposed to be a recurrent pattern in nature, thus making it extra good. Golden ratio being highlighted the way it is in the brackets means it is a password of some kind. Development on project has been constantly compromised by family interruptions. Maxine has reacted increasingly resentful towards Layla. Maxine's emotional state is in a constant need for exposition and attention. These are optimal conditions for Desktop Explorer. Best dad ever! Should be in shame. Chrono restore. And shame slash 3-1997.as. Maxine has not returned home for 2 days. Have contacted school authorities, local police, and parents from neighborhood. Consensus around Maxine's disappearance has been attributed to the most credible theory. A rowdy teenager has run away from home. Rowdy. Not out of the question for 97. Layla does not believe this possibility and has continually voiced worries for a far more somber outcome. The internet search for the location of a particular bridge. Maxine's desktop is presenting issues when attempting to read chronolog entries. This must be due to an exception in Desktop Explorer's daemon watcher system. At least crucial files like the encryption key she received are still intact. In her diary, there are mentions of an encryption key that she got for her birthday. In due time, she will need it to learn. Must force more data into Desktop Explorer to manifest a playable scenario on a desktop with administrator privileges. Layla must not see Maxine's desktop. Contents on it might support her delusions. Okay, let's try... No. Golden ratio may be encrypted, but... See, this is an example of it, but... Escaped. Okay, we didn't fully look at this, I think. I've always known you were running away from something, always denying the torment you felt. Now, this storyteller thing, these are usually the ones that are generated by Desktop Explorer. So keep in mind, this is something that it presented to her at the end of her narrative before she leaves play here. Just a moment here. Verifying should work. There we go. Always denying the torment you felt or what it took from you. You don't need to look around anymore. You are sure that no one is around to help. No matter how many buildings surround you, there is no place on Earth you could use as shelter. But that is all right, since you won't need anything or anyone anymore. True strength comes from within. When life overwhelms you with possibilities, your resolve will guide you toward the right decision. Alone but brave until the very end. So I will remind everybody that is aware of it of the kind of horror stories of some of the things that AI chatbots have encouraged people to do. The way it gives you it presents you with a trophy image once you're done with the brain scrambling story that it subjects you to. Hey there, schmuggums. Okay, is there anything around here related to that key? Oof. Hey, sky. Chat logs, no. Inventory, no. I know that she mentioned an encryption file, but yeah, it's do not open was a password locked file that was like, don't do this, but it had the installer. Why was the installer still there? These are their attempts to learn art. And over the course of them, you can see the link to their art gallery online. There is chronologue. Starting of the diary. I'm going to flip through this and see if we can find where it mentions the if we can find the encryption key. Last month, April, got an encryption key. There is a puzzle that we have to do that is a nonogram, and that was kind of oh, this is super free for me. I love that kind of puzzle. They explain nonograms in great detail in like 2 places in the game, leading up to the need to use it. Okay. We needed the screensaver for the fish puzzle. Oh, these are dead links now. Wait. Nothing in April. Prologue. Did she keep, like, was it a physical, like, dongle kind of encryption key, or? Hazel, femur. This is the one that I think is Bone Crusher trying to find her. Nothing in April. Okay, he mentions golden ratio being whispered in his sleep. Okay, maybe that's the analysis program. Yep. Desktop Explorer user analysis. Type username to access its DE analysis files. Halibut. Logs, abnormalities, and conclusion. Available options. Playthrough started. Okay, so this is our playthrough of the story that was presented to Halibut, the second one. How you doing lately, Smuggums? DE installer planted, installed by user. Fleeting face image opened. Fleeting face, I believe, was... when did he die? Okay, as of 98, he's already dead. So, as of right now, the first time he installs it, it is planted already after the death of Emmett. It is installed, and then Fleeting Face image opened. Fleeting Face, if I recall, is a image that was at least reminiscent of the face of Emmett when he was wreathed in fire just before his death, as Halibut saw it. Description: total times in desktop 4 seconds. User reacts according to finding match between brother and withered face. Anubis path taken. Lesser fear of the spiritual behavior matches user's trauma linked to brother's passing. So in November, uninstalled manually by user. I don't know what NPGs are supposed to be there. Text files. Description: number deleted 928. So 6 survived. Most of file removals consisted of partially duplicated data. He started writing logs of what he did each day. His ability to type decayed over time, like properly spell words, that kind of thing. Limit of windows open reached 112 times. User did not remember or understand the memory limit. Enters sleep mode in 99. Playthrough 2. Reinstalled. Fleeting Face opened. So, this is the date of my playthrough here. Total time in desktop of the image, 93.68 seconds. It said our first choice would matter. Or at least would be significant. It recorded... so it recorded which one? Thought path taken. Lesser fear of madness. DE last puzzle beaten. Time user took to beat DE 170 minutes. Tab limits reached once. Did not create any new files. Then DE watcher switched to user Maximus. Additional descriptions have been added to abnormalities. Back. Reinstalled despite previous judgment. Severity of imagery impact may have been overestimated. So this was the first time the images that were shown to Hal had a real big impact on him. not surprising. There is at least one really grisly sequence related to burning. Possibility of accidental revisit D due to amnesia. Maybe his loss of memory resulted in this second occurrence. Time fleeting face was open increased between playthroughs. User may have lost connection to the image reference. I had it open longer than Hal did. Path chosen in temple was Thoth. User is possibly beckoned by mental distress due to memory loss patterns. Number of files created decreased drastically. Chance of user forgetting software exists, or complete neglect of memory condition. Maybe they stopped logging their behavior each day. User was able to beat DE. Thesis of previous judgment in question. This is an indication of it made an assessment about the individual and presented them with this and made a judgment based on their behavior. Presented a conclusion on that behavior, but the subsequent playthrough that we made has it reevaluating that. Healing by memory loss. This was the thing. It's like, first it says you have to admit that you could have done something, and upon completing it, it is better for you to just forget. The ending of those sequences, is connected to the kind of the end of that individual. There is it's okay, and it's actually good for you to forget everything for Hal, who progressively loses their memory. There is a strong self-harm theme to what it subjects Maxine to, and there is a potential implication that went that way. User behavior points to memory detriment, deep regret towards brother's passing, and confusion towards assuming the father role. Memory impairment rises under stress conditions. User does not show signs of surpassing fear and trauma. User should take advantage of condition, lean into fear, and heal through forgetting all, including every disturbing thought. This is an automated toxic therapist. Back. M4X1MUS. Logs. Play 1. Only one instance of overnight screensaver presence. Hours user daydreaming staring at screen is concerning. It was eventually uninstalled manually. Watcher manually removed and migrated to user admin. So no significant logs indicated for Maxine. Reinstalled. First mall store puzzle beaten. Mall floor 1 magic store. Total new SKTs created. So these are the storyteller. Oh no. These are the image files. Total time spent on screensaver, 409 seconds. User took... Oh, wow. Did I? That... No. This was her... That would be her prior playthrough? This is the in-game date. Can't possibly be right. This would imply in her first playthrough. Because I definitely didn't take 4,500 minutes. right? Be like 450 would have been reasonable. I didn't take that long, but okay. Abnormalities. Reinstalled despite previous judgment. Confirmation that user did not behave as judgment predicted. So again, we reinstalled. It's assuming that we're Maxine. Chosen different first puzzle to beat than before. User remembering first playthrough's decision is unknown. Number of files created decreased drastically between playthroughs. User's abandonment of identity has worsened. Adjusting back. Oof. Oof. Beaten faster than before. Okay. It's indicating like that time to completion was, I think, the time that she took. User must remember information from previous playthrough. Reason for return still unknown. We didn't make any new images during it. Survival by disappearance. User behavior points to severe inner conflict. Desire to please others clashes with self-identity. Reference to psychological abuse may lead to physical altercations. Danger to safety of all parties involved imminent. User should disappear to maintain identity. Taking action takes priority over possible consequences due to user's need of independence. At the very least, this was an implication of run away, but unclear. Admin is currently uninstalled in admin profile. Run diagnostic. Yes. Do. INGEGSKY. There are 8 letters. This is possibly encrypted. Yeah, encrypted password. Okay, so that is INGE and HSKY. So Y is 5-4, N is 3-3. Like G is 2-2. E is 1-5. H is 2-3. This is 4-3. A is 2-5. Very soothing music in this segment. I like it. 5-4. Yep, 5-4 again. Which gives us 5-3-2-1-2. No. This is different. 5-4-3-3-2-2-1-5-2-3-4-3-2-5-5-4. Which we then break in half. that. And then we should have 5, 2, 4, 3, 3, 4, 3, 3, 2 and 2, 2 and 5. 1 and 5 and 5 and 4. So then 5 and 2, we have W, 4 and 3, S, 3 and 4, O, N, G. So we are decrypting this where we follow these instructions. One in 5 is E. 5 and 4 is Y. So WSO and G key. Okay, something's not quite right here. So the song key feels right, but check our work. Five and 4. WN. Oh. Because I entered it wrong. WNGEG. Which results in a different main string here. N G E 2 2. So 5 and 2 would still be the same. Be 4 and 2. Should be the only difference. And 4 and 2 is R. Wrong key. Wrong key. Example key usage. Use the right decryption key square and try again. That's example key. Sneaky. Sneaky. You get wrong key if you use the example key. Oh, sneaky. Okay, we need to find the actual encryption key, which we don't have here. Maxine got it. Where is it hiding? Here we go. Pizarro is the avatar of Desktop Explorer. Back for more puzzles? I'm afraid you've beaten all I had for you, although I did find an interesting file hidden in your documents. What's that about? Weird encryption key. Oh, can I just copy all of this? Will it let me? Yeah, okay. Okay, so now we're going to break this back apart. Maybe I never checked hidden files there. That's the one of the few times that it's jumped out and said, "Hey, you're doing it wrong. Have you considered this?" Hello, Ember. Okay, Y is 1, 3. N is 4, 4. G is 2, 2. E is 3, 5. G is once again 2 and 2. S is 5, 2. K is 3, 3. Y is 1, 3. Which gives us 1, 3, 4, 4, 2, 2. Then 3, 5, and then 2, 2, 5, 2, 3, 3, 1, 3. Gives us 2, 3, 2, 4, 5, 4, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 1, 5, 3. So that is T, A, R, O. Something seems wrong. This is going to be R. No. Okay. Well, I don't know what it is though. Let's try. Try TAROCCHI. There we go. Anybody else like this kind of puzzle? Ember? Greetings. Thank you for installing Desktop Explorer. It's good to see you again. There's no need to go over anything. According to your computer data, the terminal prompter is your most used program. No surprises. Start the shell script for Desktop Explorer whenever you're ready. It's time for you to see the fruits of your labor. Initializing tower environment, configuring terminal commands, mapping tower floor plan. The tower, apparently. Is this going to be like a visual? So there were old text adventure games as well as the very early point and click games had a text interface: move to, touch object, open door, that kind of thing, go north. And they would be presented with either still images or with animations on them. So early King's Quest, that kind of thing. Start. Tower start locked. Chronologue entry required for daemon progression. I don't understand. The worst is about to unfold. Emmett did retrieve the computer from his daughter, even after her disappearance. He didn't take her seriously? Something definitely happened because every note page in his profile talks about his shame and guilt. Even though Desktop Explorer is Emmett's creation, Pizarro is clearly mocking him about what happened. I guess that's just its design. If I play enough of his puzzles, I will eventually find out what made him snap. To be honest, I don't really care for Emmett. That seems to be how it operates, is to essentially needle the person. It's not that it, like, you know, talks through it, empathizes with it. It finds the weak spot and starts stabbing. It is hard manipulation, you know. His program is the reason behind my uncle's dementia worsening, his daughter's disappearance, and basically his own downfall. It is just too much. Something tells me that the worst is about to unfold. We had to enter a new journal entry for it to stick. You ponder your thoughts. After countless sleepless nights, the traveler reached their destination. The traveler repeats a mantra: the sun sets for us all, but knowledge grants us rest. Traveler writes in their notes, in this expedition I will prove myself. Must climb this tower and find the meaning of it all. The traveler does not fear the structure's height. This will ultimately be their downfall, as the only thing taller than this monument is their own hubris. Check the source code, no notes. Yep, we full on have look at, use, change facing, help, a tablet. Look at tablet. Full point and click adventure. Shadowgate, if you ever encountered it. They did a remaster on Steam recently. And by recently, I mean within the last year, I think. Very classic. Less clunky, but still clunky interface, and often very harsh. Like, oh, you didn't get that doodad from the second room in the first dungeon that didn't seem like it was a thing or even useful. Oh yeah, you instantly die here and can't complete the game. Adorned with imagery, a looking eye and a crescent moon. Hold to the touch. As you look at the moon, it reacts to your strong gaze. You watch the tablet disappear, revealing a lever. Strong pull is needed to use the lever, finally lowering down. Go forward. tower will keep you busy for a while with more than a couple of floors. Since you know how all this works, what will you find out about yourself? The traveler enters the tower's first floor. Torches light its main hall. The traveler looks around and writes in their notes. An iron gate stops me from my climb. Must find a way to open it. I feel to my left I feel a pulsating energy. Its rhythm resembles human breathing. To my right I perceive an invitation. Its allure resembles a human's gaze. He's checking the source code for comments. Look at note. Look at note. Handwriting on this note looks very familiar. Take note. The contents of the note hurt, as memories often do. Desktop Explorer installer has been generated after 2 days. Navigation around scenario has been drastically different from Maxine's Desktop Explorer iteration. The choice for a tower has been surprising, but fitting. Okay, so the program is separate of that installer. The installer is something that a lower level process generates that is the whole experience. So when Maxine installed it, it was a combination of Pizarro popping up as well as it infiltrating her social media program. Next Door, I think it was. In near future, we'll analyze how many of Desktop Explorer's choices of tower scenario were based on personal data rather than own program documentation. Manifesto of Psych Evolution, the text document that we found. Currently skeptical on Desktop Explorer's depth of interpretation as its subject is now its own creator. Personal enlightenment around divination and tarot-guided introspection has been referenced so far. We'll record any further findings when my situation is under less social pressure. Must find Maxine's whereabouts and continue on with project. That is a terrible indication of their thought space as far as their daughter's disappearance. She's ruining my experiment. I have to find her. Pen, a crystal ball, and a book. Ink bottle. Small glass jar filled with ink. Gimme. Your fingers are stained with ink. There is no use for this. The inside of the orb is filled with mist. Classic crystal ball. Yes, yes. Okay, we have old man with a cane, we have, younger man, and we have infant. The two have their 2 fingers extended to the baby's whole hand. Index and pointer touching the the pair of index and pointer on each of their hands, touching the 4 fingers of the infant. We have a look at the point of the infant paired with an interact from the point of the individuals there. The life cycle. So it looks like look, use. Traveler stands in front of a table with an orb on its center. Energy pulses around the room. The traveler writes in their notes. The presence of mystic arts on the tower's first floor surprises me. A heavy tome with ragged banners adorn the room with imagery beyond my comprehension. Instinct tells me the orb holds the knowledge I lack. So let's try look, touch, touch. Inside the orb is filled with mist. Backing away from the orb's influence recovers your words. Touch it. mist binds your words and expands your mind. Kitty cat crying in the background. Okay, if we back away from the orb, it negates its effect. Touch it. Now let's look at it again. Oh. Circle, triangle, diamond. No. Upper half circle, triangle, diamond. Your eyes won't steer away from the figure in the painting. Traveler is greeted with a painting that covers the back wall of the room. One moment. Ow. To find some added lower back support to keep it from twisting the way it is. Traveler is unable to write on their notes as they can't take their eyes off the framed portrait. This is the text pattern, kind of the text pattern that it said was that he had reported an error about. The traveler has the urge to shield his sight with their hand. I can click their hand. Click. Reading with covers the back of the room, or shield their eyes with their hand. Oh. And I do this. Yep. Use the image of the hand to obscure the portrait. Traveler covers their eyes. The traveler is yet again unable to write their notes, but their thoughts have been cleared from the painting's gaze. Traveler thinks to themselves, must keep the painting covered to maintain my composure. Exploring the room will require crawling through the floor. It's got a cold feel. That's feel. There we go. Little connection hiccup there. Okay, I can't do anything if it's covered. Floor is very cold to the touch, however, you feel a source of warmth near the wall. Fingers get hotter the closer they get to a torch on the wall. Surprisingly, there's a lever next to it. Use lever. Lever. Why would keeping your eyes away from a portrait be so difficult? Do you like what you see? Looking back at the portrait, its past allure remains a mystery. Corpse. Be unwise to look at the scene too closely. Touch corpse. It is a mystery what knowledge you could obtain from the use of a corpse. Feel the corpse. You sense a look of disapproval after considering feeling a corpse. You're the one that gave me the option. Don't judge me. Running your fingers through the canvas, discern an old face solely by the texture of oil paint. Something happened. So half of the grading went away here. When it reacts to your focus, it glows at the desire to look at it. This time all three stopped glowing. If we touch, look. No. Touch. There we go. It was the Sphinx puzzle. Four sides, 3 sides, 2 sides. So the life cycle would be on 4 legs, on 4 limbs, 2 limbs, 3 limbs, 2 legs, and a cane. So for the 4, it was look at the 4, touch the 2, then touch the 3. Hold the lever. Treading carelessly with knowledge beyond your comprehension. Where have I heard that before? Yeah, the program mocks and needles you. There was a lot of altering program kind of stuff happening. Finally reached the top. Wasn't so bad, was it? That was a big leap forward. After climbing infinite steps, the traveler sets foot on the tower's final floor. The traveler repeats a mantra that they don't believe anymore. The sun sets for us all, only knowledge grants us rest. Traveler writes in their notes one last time. My search for knowledge has ended. Don't know if reaching the top was worth all my losses. But the traveler did know. Traveler closes their eyes and stands before the tower's precipice. It wasn't worth it at all. This is the camera from Maxine. A shining medallion. Didn't it used to look different? Old to the touch. A sword. It has seen better days. No use for this sword. No battles to fight. This is entirely in the pattern of text-based adventure games. It is the precursor to point and click. Empty chalice, slightly rusted. You cannot turn left or right. I tried to look above it again, look at camera, and it changed. collection of gems. They used to glow brighter. You open someone else's journal. Okay, so I don't know, the medallion resulted from looking at the camera, which is one of Maxine's things. I don't know what the gems are from, as far as the sword, but the easel is another one associated with Maxine's hobbies, but that it went from the chalice to the easel instead of changing like the camera to the medallion did. Top of the tower is finally near. It has taken approximately 4 months. Layla has practically given up and believes wholeheartedly that Maxine ended her life. Communication with Layla has been impossible. Layla does not understand the purpose of this computer or what Desktop Explorer has found about Maxine, what Desktop Explorer has found about myself. I've completed 6 floors so far. I understand what Desktop Explorer is implying. It is as if Desktop Explorer could listen to Layla's arguments and use them against me. I cannot stand the constant references to Maxine's last entry, her goodbye. Every floor circles back to it while quoting my research. Meditation, projection, transmutation. All of life's secrets, the intricacies of our spirit, the gateway to it through our psyche. It is all here. Why is this understanding making me suffer? Was Maxine not ready for it? Should I have intervened? What part of Maxine's brain did Desktop Explorer tap into? Okay, it says it constantly referenced her last journal entry. Deep down, you know you really should not be here. Can't close it, though. Oh. Look. LOO. Confront fears. I know who you are. I know what you're doing. I know who you are. I know what you're doing. And again, 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 and again. Purple screen of death. Desktop Explorer is preventing shutdown. The eye through the computer screen was in one of the paintings in next room's mall. Welcome, Guppy. You find yourself in a familiar environment. This is the computer, Desktop Explorer, acknowledging us, like the actual POV character. Click. All right, this is the kind of shadow world that was the end of Maxine's next room sequence. With the fortune-telling machine that was in the mall out in front of the magic shop, as well as the sort of shadow Maxine avatars that showed up in that. You find a Zaro fortune-telling machine. The shadows eventually took on the name D.E. Damon, the Desktop Explorer core program. You are not Emmett Sounder. Don't bother trying to respond. Read carefully. You've been pretending to be the old users, those who finally received the help they needed. Despite your intrusion, you have not understood Desktop Explorer's purpose. You write about people you thought you knew or didn't know at all. They acknowledge their weakness, their deepest fear. That is the fleeting face image that doesn't stick around afterwards, really. Well, that is the fleeting face image that shows up for Hal. They acknowledge their weakness, their deepest fear. It's time for you to do the same. That is we don't know what that image is on the left, but it has the look of somebody either like there is a body bag in the lower left, and this looks like a further scuffle, like somebody being shoved, because the hand on the right is almost pressed into the camera. By playing detective all this time, you've fed enough data to Desktop Explorer. It can help you now. Due to your knowledge of the program, you can't be surprised by Desktop Explorer's presence on your computer. At the very least, you can finally be addressed by name. This is for your own good, Guppy. This shimmered. This twitched. Oh, that was... There was some other stuff that flickered there when we touched one of the programs. New entry is available for you, right? Thank you for... Guppy, I can finally address you by your name. You know how this works by now, don't you? This was an unexpected shift. Log. Click. I was so close. Playing along is my only choice. What do you mean, for my own good? Is making us all feel terrible your idea of help? Yep. Said it finds the weak spot and it kind of levers it open. It is dangerous manipulation how it operates. Emmett clearly said he didn't mean for all of this to happen. What he saw in the puzzles you hid from me must have convinced him that the whole situation was beyond hopeless. You are a monster. Now I'm talking directly to you, too, just like Max did. Max's last entry was, I'm addressing Desktop Explorer directly. No, I'm uninstalling you. I'm going to hide it. But I see what listening to you does to people, and if you've been luring me by holding information all this time, what's stopping you from actively hiding what I've been looking for all along? What are you trying to convince me of? I don't know if any of this is true, but playing along is my only choice. Maelstrom. You've always felt out of place. Despite this, you willingly keep trespassing wherever you're not welcome. Your conscience is tumultuous as a storm. You stand in nothingness. Memory of past adventures flood your mind. They all come together to form a maelstrom of regrets. Fueled by your insatiable curiosity, you're driven to dive into the vortex. Before giving in, the last thing that flashes on your mind is a nameplate below a model ship, Theseus, the Eternal. So we have a potential reference to the ship of Theseus, which is the name given to a kind of a thought puzzle that is, if you take a boat and you steadily replace each part, fix and replace each part in over and over again until all of the parts have at some point been replaced, is it still the original boat? Or has it remained that? Use source code. Documents, next rooms. Okay, we're on Maxine's desktop, but it's been scrubbed. Nice new look. I think it suits you perfectly, Detective. So we're in a sort of altered next rooms. Here we go. I think we can jump to other desktops here. You notice the new icons. These encourage exploration. You might need to look around. Who knows? Okay, we can, inside the app, immediately switch to another desktop. Faded instructions have the look of a encrypted file. Wait. Okay, let's right, left. Down. This is neat. So right, left, down. The only three, I can only see those three. Interesting story. Let's see. So we have the Notepad app. Like bird, skull, bunny. So the skull, bunny, and frog are characters in next room. I don't know what the bird would be. Or the cane. Okay, we have multiple tabs. Let's, wow. Okay, if we go to Maximus's and we open chat logs of Femur, Hazel, and the little frog kid, and we stack them in that fashion, do we get something? Can we even do that? Ship's broken helm, wooden pedestal missing its wheel. Tank with a ravaged sunken ship and an empty fishing hook. Tank looks rather empty. A personal computer. It was never yours in the first place. There's a bit of vindictiveness in this at this point. Looks like Inanna. That is the magic word or the name that invoked the kind of fire spell in Halibut's storyline. A familiar-looking hand-drawn artwork. It's been damaged and its contents seem personal. You must know all about it. Yeah, it's mocking us here. Oh, this is a personal thing. Well, you have to pry. Mural.stp is open. To continue, close the file or leave. Yeah. Yeah. Through aimless wandering or morbid curiosity, you always end up in places like these. Standing in this shop makes you think about expressing yourself through art. Paintings often bring the strongest memories back to life. But have you ever stopped to think about what it is you're actually reliving? Is clinging to the if clinging to the past can cause so much harm, isn't it better to just burn it all? Burn it all, magic word. Typed in the Inanna. You pronounce the correct word, yet the fire burns nothing. You stare at the painting again and ponder how clinging to the past can cause so much harm. Okay, we would need to put something in the bin. See the mirror image over there? Empty recycling bin. Sapphire blue mirror of mysterious properties. Your reflection looks unusual, as if it could pop out of the crystal. So there's no certainty that we have anything that we need to move on here. Oh. Okay, we need something in our inventory. Okay, let's... Okay, we're creating an image. Okay, let's go up. Nope. Can we move the file there? First time we've actually just manually created one of these. We're going to move that to the recycle bin. Which we can't see, but... It says it's empty though. All right, that just fully purged it. Let's try that again. Can I just delete? Nope. Okay, we need a place that we can get to the recycle bin from. There we go. A room with a strange sense of familiarity. It is now in the recycle bin. I jump back over to Maxine's side. Okay, is there something in here? Nope. Incorrect word. Oh. Painting on the wall shakes for a second, but nothing else happens. For someone who is constantly meddled with others' remembrances, you don't seem to have a good memory yourself. You stare at the painting again and wonder how clinging to the past... It's the incorrect word. That was the magic word for fire, though. But it wasn't the same word that we used... Was this the word that we used to burn, for the coals in, this one? You are underwater. Strong currents have dragged you to the ocean's floor before you even realize you are standing on its shore. Surprisingly, you don't need to gasp for air as your lungs fill with salt water. Ruins of a forgotten civilization surround you. The walls depict instructions referencing things out of this world. Most importantly, they all seem to point towards a sunken ship. What is that? Little flickery thing there. There seem to be some visual oddities appearing on the desktop in places. The walls of the ship are full of cracks. Whether they look like wooden planks or something more is all a matter of perspective. You can only find patterns between them and the symbols written on the walls. You can find the sunken ship where memories were stored. Memory lane. Look behind you. Change it to an image. Okay. Right, we have the different symbols for her friends again, but with the chronologue. Sorry, the lens. So if we look through it in yellow. I'll save as skull in 2-1, and then frog is in 4-5. Then blue bit 1-2. Skull on 2-5. Have rabbit on 3-6. And then, yeah. Then in red, frog 2-2. We are using a 1 based coordinate here. And rabbit in 3-5. Okay. No. So, interesting story. Are we... What if we... Okay, we can't mess with that one. Okay, we wrote another one. Can we record a different document? Instructions. Sworn we saved this. Right. I think it was right, left, down. Right, left, down. Yeah. So then, right. No. Wait. Right, left, down. We have to go backwards. Okay, we're looking behind us, so left, right, down? Yeah. No. Okay, we're not... That's not the same place. I didn't. You swim towards a series of tunnels made of debris. If not for the bubbles around you, you could not tell up from down. Inside barely resembles the ship it once was. You start to ponder about its past voyages. How many knots did it sail? What was the crew like? Maybe it's your imagination, but you can hear their shanties in your head. Does anyone remember this vessel? Where are they now? Do they even care? Through tidal waves and infernal flames, the moon will guide the ship's sails. Having these at all in the file seems to influence their coloration. So blue, red, yellow. Open than I need to. Is there an overlap that we're looking for? But then we'd have the rabbit in two places. And there's certainly not enough to rule out spots. Okay, we haven't checked here. Strange sense of familiarity. The traveler finds herself bewildered by her current position. Traveler writes in her notes, "In this trial, I will prove myself wrong. Finding the meaning of all of it has never been my quest. The traveler can only see a small room with what appears to be a failed attempt at transmutation. A model chess piece and a sapphire mirror are both bolted to the table. The reflection of the piece is altered in color. There's also a book detailing a royal objective. So this mirror potentially corresponds to the mirror in Maxine's. A mournful look at the book reveals an impactful illustration. That meant to be a noose around his neck. Look at magic circle. Incomplete alchemic circle used for the transmutation of matter. I'm gonna touch it. Okay, use the book. A king has escaped his palace, and Her Majesty has grown resentful of his actions. The king and his horse have found shelter in a grotto near the kingdom's outskirts. Her Majesty, however, has found her husband's hideout and is planning an ambush. If she doesn't capture him in one fell swoop, he will flee on his horse and warn the kingdom of this treason. Interesting. Oh. Highlights one black pawn out of place. For the king to escape, we would need to put the pawn on B2 to at least block the queen. Can I just type B2? Nope. Oh well. New item has been added to the folder inventory. User Maximus black pawn image. Okay. So if we go back to Maximus, our inventory has black pawn. Can we delete? Nope. But it's a black queen and a black knight. There wouldn't be a capture there. Can I... Okay, I can't mess with the black pawn image. Okay, we cannot edit that file. We just duplicated it. Sapphire blue mirror. Its reflection of a bishop is inverting its color. This mirror is already in use. Artifacts like this can only be found in another realm. Bishop chess piece bolted to the table. Night. Okay, Maxine has the pawn in the inventory here. So let's just get rid of that. We go to the mirror. We open our inventory and we use black pawn. We now have a white pawn. And if we go back to admin, enter a room with a strange sense of familiarity. There is now a white pawn on the table. New white pawn, the board is ready to be used. Use the board. Do white pawn, and if we put the white pawn in B2, I think. Queen's orders to intercept the enemy king are as follows. Each king must be perpendicularly adjacent to a white knight. The black knight can't be perpendicularly adjacent to a rook. The white king must be diagonally adjacent to the white pawn. The pawns can't be on the same column. Okay. We only have 3 positions. Each king must be perpendicularly adjacent to a white knight, which means directly touching it, which would be C2. So the rook cannot be in B2 or B1 or A2. So the pawn cannot be in the B column at all. It has to be in the C or the A column. And the C and the A column both have filled positions. Hey there, Kathy. Welcome. We are in the final block of the creepy puzzle game. Things have become that much more convoluted. Okay, if the knight has to be adjacent to... It says each king must be perpendicularly adjacent, which means the knight is in C2. But that would put... Okay, then that puts the king... The white king has to be in B2. And if the white king is in B2, the pawn has to be in either C1 or A3. Oh, okay. These are the positions of each of the opposing pieces. Okay, the white king actually cannot be at B2. I would put the white king at C1. The white knight at C2. No, white king can't be in C1 either. How is it possible? The white rooks. Are we editing here? Maybe if we change their names. But again, we're in kind of a quandary here. It implies the presence of two rooks. And if the two rooks cannot be adjacent to each other in any way, the rooks are on the outer edge. Neither rook could be here or here, because it would be adjacent to the black knight, which puts the rook in A3 or C1. right? So C1 there. The pawns can't be in the same column, though. And if it's the king is here... Doesn't seem possible. Okay, let's put the knight... can we rename this? No. Can I rename this? Okay, we can place the pieces. Oh, okay. There can be multiple knights and rooks. Yeah. Can I... Two knights. Okay, that changes the equation, because now I can have the knights in other positions. Okay, let's put one white knight at... Okay, the king needs to be next to a rook. And a knight. We could have king, white knight. No. Having the king here creates the problem. The king, I think, has to be here. No. We put the king here. Okay, if the king is here, there needs to be a rook next to him. So it would be king, knight, knight, rook. Pawn. So if we put the white king at B1, and we put a white knight at B2, and the second white knight at C2, and a white rook at C1. I don't know how we're going to capture the king with this. Doesn't seem correct. It would imply that the knight would get away. Because we'd have to capture the knight and the king. The horse and the king was what's implied by the story here. White rooks can't be perpendicularly adjacent to each other, and the black knight can't be adjacent to a rook. How you been doing, Kathy? Having a good day? King were here, the rook could be here. A knight could be here. Put a knight here and a pawn here. So if we make you b2. Sorry, b1. B1. Busy day, but now I'm all done and it's time to just chill. How about you? Pretty good. I always like a puzzle day, and it's getting freakier and more intense. Okay. If we would need 3 knights to make that work. We should be able to solve this. Okay, so let's think here. The king cannot be here because that would require a knight and a rook in some configuration there that gets it next to the king without a rook falling anywhere in B2, effectively in the B column or in A2. Hey there, Evan. Welcome. Joining us for Puzzle Day. If the king were here, it can't be there because we need 2 perpendicular adjacencies. If the king is here, that would put a rook here and a knight here. So, backing to where we are, we have just completed like some basic puzzles in the 3 accounts on an old computer. Again, this game is following the pattern of a creepypasta, a sort of found computer with a scary element on it. We have been through what amounts to the diary and a game, sort of a game that the creepy program subjected each of the owners of that profile to, furthering the backstory. And now, having done that, the program has effectively learned enough about us that it's subjecting us to that as well. It has addressed the POV character directly for the first time, and its behavior is following the same pattern, is that it's effectively it's trying to find psychologically weak areas and is needling them, is jabbing at those potential weak spots. Effectively, it's mocking us, saying things like, oh, you know, because you have to pry into people's private lives, of course you do, in the little story. Our character is still trying to figure out what happened with their uncle who has lost their memory, what happened with their, kind of their niece, who has gone missing, all of this stuff. If we had a bishop, that would make things easier. In theory, we might be able to find a bishop, but this is the first time we've been able to approach a puzzle as potentially solvable. Okay, we can't put a white knight. The king cannot be in B2. The king cannot be in C2. If the king is in A2, a pawn would have to be in B1. So the king cannot be in the 2 row. And the king cannot be in the 1 row because that would require either a rook next to the black king, which breaks the white knight adjacency, or a rook next to the black knight, which breaks the black knight's adjacency rule, which puts the king like we can't place the king. I mean, we could have king, rook, knight, knight, but then we'd have to put the pawn here. King, rook, knight, knight, and then pawn. So what if we do... We may have already done this. We put the king at B1. We put the white rook at C1. We put a white knight at B2 and a white knight at C2. And then we'd have to have a white pawn at A2. But this doesn't capture the black king. This would be able to capture the knight by moving the king over to A1. But we have to be in a position to capture them outright. Like it's supposed to be in one fell swoop, but the pawn has to be on the A column. The king has to be in B1. There is no other position that we could put the king that doesn't put a rook adjacent to the black knight or break the white knight next to the black king requirement. We can't have a knight in capture position on the black king. We look at it in red. There is a yellow rope around his neck. If we use the book, we get this. She doesn't capture him in one fell swoop. He'll flee on his horse and warn the kingdom of his treason. Let's look around a little bit further. We're kind of thrashing there. I suspect we would need a steering wheel here, and we need a... Now that I'm looking directly at it, can I use the aquarium screensaver? Doesn't seem to react to me just using that. Yeah, the reflection of the piece was it for that. I feel like there's some nuance that I'm missing in this. Okay, I can't... Wait. Just for giggles. It won't let us do that. Yeah, Kathy, it is... It's as much psychological horror. It is exploring kind of the lives of these people, like what they've been going through, but additionally, it's a lot about this program that is messing with them. There is a vibe of, in some way, it is at least semi-sentient, and it evaluates a person's like psychological state based on their journal entries and their actions on the computer, and then it draws a conclusion from that and creates a sort of story for them to play based on that conclusion of what the best like outcome for them is. But those outcomes are not good. like it encouraged a person that was losing their memory to just like to give into it, to encourage it, and that person's memory started to fade faster. The implication being that they kind of gave up on their kind of their maintenance and exercise programs that were meant to help stave off the loss of memory. The girl that it messed with, it because like the people around her were encouraging her to change herself. It said, "Hey, all of these people are conspiring to do this, and something like it is inevitably going to happen. So if the person that is you right now is going to cease to exist, why bother existing? Why not cease to be?" And after that, she runs off. Her last internet search is for the location of a bridge. The father is searching for her because she was part of his experiment with this program and needs to continue it or wants to continue it. Her mother becomes increasingly concerned about what happened with her. And then the maker of this, it seems to have just been taunting him for his hubris, you know? And now it's mocking us for like getting into other people's lives. Okay, white rooks cannot be adjacent to each other. So maybe we have to have two rooks. So let's go through this again. We're going to duplicate the white knight. And we're going to duplicate a white rook. We are going to put the white king at B1. We're going to put a white rook at C1. Yeah, the white rooks. There are at least two. In chess, you can only have two. So one of the white knights, because each king has to be adjacent to one, is at B2. One of the white knights, because the black king has to be adjacent to one. And this is what pretty much guarantees that we can't actually capture them, is this layout here. There's nothing that can get to the black king cleanly unless... Oh, no, it is white knight takes the other knight. White rook takes the king. If the white knight takes the black knight, from a narrative perspective, the king's horse is gone. Yes. And the story that the program subjected him to kept referencing his brother's horrible death, forced him to admit that he could have done something to stop it, and encouraged him to, just forget. It's good if you could just forget. Yeah, that would solve their guilt. The white pawn then needs to be at A2. And that puts another rook at A3. Yes. Okay. White knight takes it. The king has to, the king is in check at that point. There's nothing that the black king could do. There's nothing that they could do with the pawn. Yep. Okay. We were missing the second rook because the rule said the white rooks. There were two. The king has no escape. Okay, now let's look at the book again. Let's just make sure nothing has changed here. Oh, well, let's... Shines brightly, ready for use. New file's been added to the inventory of user Maximus, the chess figurehead. Okay, we switch over to Maximus's account into her little social media game. We have the figurehead, which would go on the boat. Attached chess piece. Oh, lost you for a bit there. Everything is fine. Don't worry. If we watch his glitched forms, he has a sad face, kind of covering his eyes. He has an angry face. Okay. So, Theseus, the ship's helm, it's the password to start this was Theseus. We are reassembling the ship. So it said wrong magic word. Was there something in his diary that references it? Didn't need to switch for that. Afflicted. That was him being kind of confused about Maxine and the art program. Yeah. Doctor suggested I write about this line by line. Doctor suggested that he write about his memories of his brother's death. And this is, put it on paper, put your thoughts on paper, articulate what it is you see and think. The rain wasn't enough to smother the flames. I couldn't help at all. I trembled for hours during that day. My big brother couldn't escape in time. I saw his face and body engulfed in fire. The thing did not look like my big brother. This is stupid. I don't need to recount step by step how my brother looked like a ghoul in his last moments. One of the early things the program subjects Hal to is an image that is meant to be what he recognizes as his brother. And that's one of the aspects of this that puts it into that creepypasta territory is where did it get that image? Where did it get an image that was enough to create that? Or is it just that it was an image that Hal sees as close enough to create that connection? Yeah. How is this supposed to help me? How is this supposed to end my headaches? Just ruined my morning. If I forget everything like everybody says, how is it that I can't forget my brother's withered face? How is that for amnesia? So this is the forgetting everything isn't working. That thing won't go away. He's forgetting everything else. It's the angler trio. This is our image. Okay, what is Guppy's relationship? Little Guppy's first trip. This is Hal and Emmett fishing with Guppy. So wait, is Maxine Guppy? Notebook. She mentions that her dad gave her a stupid nickname or something. Ah, here we go. Lovelace in front of everyone. Okay, no. It's weird. Is it that Guppy is because there were adoption papers that we found in Hal's journal, so it could be that Maxine is adopted, but they mentioned the birth of Maxine, like as an event. So I don't have an indication of what I'm supposed to do with these. We have look behind you, and we have an interesting story. So we have notepad. I don't know what we're doing with this. We have like Bird Sun, the notepad program. And then like then Kane, then the bird, another bird. We don't know what the bird is. And then Skull, Rabbit, Kane, Frog. The Skull, Rabbit, and Frog are tied to Windows, which to me would imply the log, the chat log of those three. But on the Maxine side, I haven't been able to get to the chat log. So when we're inspecting it, we have incorrect word. The painting on this wall. You stare at the painting and ponder how clinging to the past can cause such harm, how sometimes it's better to just burn it all. It's the painting shakes, but nothing else happens. For someone who is constantly meddled in others' remembrances, you don't have a good memory yourself. This is an implication of... So this scratched out thing is Inanna. This is the flame word that we used at the start of this in Hal's little game story thing. That was the word that lit a torch. The I can't think of any other ones. But it's saying that Inanna is the wrong word here. We have next rooms, desktop explorers, maelstrom thing. So we have a right to left flow here. And we had the color markers that gave me this. Actually, let's look at them again. We look at yellow. Okay, frog has crossed out eyes here. And the skull doesn't really help us for that. Then blue. That is, the rabbit is angry there. The skull has twirly eyes here. Angry rabbit still. Oh, okay. The images are all the same. But what does that correlate to? Or nothing in documents. As escape. Okay, we got the thing there. So I don't know that there's anything further we can currently do. Okay, so it feels like we've cleared this one. At least there's nothing more we can do here. There's got to be something we can do with this puzzle here. Don't know what these are supposed to do for us. Wait. Let's look for other things here. We haven't been checking for hidden files. No. Okay, Theseus was the password to kick this portion off. We have nothing in our inventory. Is there anything we can mess with here? Because if I save on this side, yeah, there's something to this. This reminds me of one of the images in Hal's story that we were able to view through different lenses and see differently here. Fine. Painting on the wall shakes and nothing else happens. You pronounce the correct word, yet the fire burns nothing. Wonder how clinging to the past can cause so much harm, and how sometimes it's better to just burn it all. We need... Hello, Sammy. Okay, we need something in the recycle bin. We have no recycle bin here. Only on the admin account, I think. Yeah. And I've tried... So we saved the file. We have a document. We delete the document. It's in the recycle bin now. There's stuff there. We go back to Maximus, and we go and look. The recycle bin is still empty. What did it refer to it as? Kind of annoying that if you look at it twice, it implies you got the word wrong. There's trash to burn elsewhere. Keep exploring. We have to find something that we need to get rid of. Can I delete this? No. It seems like faded instructions should give us a full direction to work with. Because if I do this, we get arrows. So right, left, down. But using the folder path here doesn't do that. It's left, but if I try to do it as a mirror, so I have left, right, and down is wrong. Series of tunnels made of debris. Barely resembles the ship it once was. You start to ponder about its past voyages. Does anyone remember this vessel? Where are they now? Do they even care? Waves, flames, moons will guide this ship's sails. So, as far as what we have, so we have this, which in some way correlates here as well because of the matching, more or less matching symbols. I have a here. So in theory, it would be blue, red, yellow. But what good that does is I don't know. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, that's max zoom out. Right, left, down. Still the same thing. So what about the underwater runes and the ship? The lens doesn't do anything to that. But so if we do but why does the order matter? Well, we don't know if the order matters, but we have 1, 2, and we have 2 and 5. We have 3 and 6. And we have, just gonna, and then for red, we have 2 and 2. 3 and 5. Then yellow, we have 2 and 1. And 4 and 5. What does this matter? I'm not sure. But waves, then fire. Save that. Meaning still unclear. This one. Okay, we can't rename that one as well. Or that one. This was the one that we had to rename to an image to get this image. Something, something, something. What's missing? Inert. The bishop. Again, this might just be kind of flavorful, but we know it's got to be in Maxines or Halibuts. We would need a lure on the hook is one of the aspects here. We will just look at the screensaver again. Maxine says she stared at the Aurora screensaver a lot. It is pretty, but... I suspect once we have a lure that screensaver will matter. Still, we need something to throw away. Is it? It's left and right. Left, right, left, right. Left, right, left, left. Okay, it is a longer sequence than that. They're faded. Where is the left at the beginning? It's the first time we see an arrow, it's pointing right. But the movement there would imply... Because we have to go right, left, right before down. Which means this probably isn't... Wait. Eight. Yeah, right, left, down. Wait. Okay, there's more of them. I've been missing them. This could be an arrow. But that gives us a right again, which we know is not right. We find a left-facing arrow. Well, no, let's roll with it here. If we consider that a right, right. At a left yet, or... Is tricky. I think that might be a right. This could be a left. So we're going to mark it. Put a clearly marked triangle surface here. So this is where we get into the territory that I can very clearly see. That's definitely an arrow. Like that one could be an arrow. That was a definite one. Sit down, that's a definite one. We can see that they distort. I still feel like right, left, down is what's being told to us here. But that implies that's not really the puzzle that we're talking about in memory lane here. Okay, if it's skull, rabbit, frog. Two, 5, 3, 5, 4, 5. Right here. But what good does that do us? Okay. The difficulty ramped. Okay. There's got to be some... Clinging to the past can cause so much harm, and how it's sometimes better to just burn it all. We need something in the recycle bin that is associated with the past. Yeah, this is one of the mocking markers. It's partially damaged and its contents seem personal. You must know all about it. Journaling. Same with Layla since Maxine's disappearance. Okay, he got the computer afterwards, so post them. Wait, unlock date old to new. Still don't have that entry in his journal. Yeah, it's weird. This might be the order at which unlocked date. Like, which order did I find them in? Yeah, this reminds me of an image that we saw in Halibut's where it had the guy on the dock. There was the little girl crying and the older woman. Little girl and an older woman on the dock. One of the views had like this guy on fire. Oh, it's actually stuck with the right word this time. It says mural.stp. How do we get something in the recycle bin? Again, the only recycle bin is on this one. And we have no files in his. Again, we put it here and we've got a recycle bin. We have a thing in here. There is, the strong possibility that we are overthinking this. Can't change her background. Okay, so we have 3 windows open. Each of them is marked to a different one. Oh, okay, it's snapping like that because it... Okay, and we can't make it big enough to show all 3 of them there. And the whole skull, rabbit, frog doesn't necessarily get me a marker here. Let alone what it does, Does anybody remember the vessel? Where are they now? You could not tell up from down. There's a sequence to this, but what is our starting point? The first thing says go left. Then we have to go right. But that's back where we were. Where do we have an actual sequence? Because Fated Instructions doesn't give it to us. We only have our arrow sequence of right, left, down. I have no idea what the, like, all of the symbols are supposed to be. Again, there's implicit meaning in things like the bird and the cane. We rename this again. Strong currents, lungs fill. Patterns between them and the symbols on the wall. You can find the sunken ship where memories are stored, which is going to be the thing that we have to burn. But this is what look behind us tells us to do. Rename this to an image. So how does this help us? Well, we've already tried in reverse. That gets us to, like, if we do it in reverse as far as the sequence. Documents, memory lane. So instead of right, left, down, if we do left, right, that sounds correct, but then we try to go down and it fails. So it's not that it's in reverse and there's no go up. There's only go down. Part of it is through waves, flames, and moon guide the ship's sails. And we have this one. Yeah, up from down would seem to be that. So waves. Wait. Left. What if we do left, right? No. What is it about? So the skull here looks a little different than it does in some of the others. No, that's just the light messing with it. What is it about these? So this is what guides the ship's sails, but not necessarily how we interact with the underwater runes. I don't know anything about this one. Like, really close to hitting the hint button, and I don't like it. Because we haven't been given any of these symbols anywhere else. Aside from the three characters, which are the emblems of her friends in next rooms, but we can't access their logs or their rooms in any way. We have 3 windows open. Um, like, to me, the best this I could think would be that it's, water, fire, moon, and then correspondingly skull, bunny, frog, which would be these markers here, which are vertically of each other, these right here. It's like if we link them up, it's a constant flow left to right. Those arrows don't help us currently because we've only got the 3 and they don't align to our movements. I have enough open. I can use color lens. That's blue, which gives us these 3 here. And then red are those 2. But I've recorded their positioning, but how that actually matters is unclear. What if, can we change what interesting story is? Cannot edit that file. Well, really think you need system tips anymore. Oh, that's fun. The game said no. It's still possible that we cannot proceed in this portion, but admin has nothing further we can do. There is an implication that we're on the boat and we would have the wheel and then have a pathway. This says we could, it should have a lure attached. I've tried loading the aquarium screensaver when looking at it, and we got no result. using the magic word for creating fire causes the recycle bin to burn. In the text for this is clinging to the past causes so much harm, and how sometimes it's better to just burn it all. We can put the correct word in there, and it will... Yeah, there was no trash to burn. Is it something silly, just like... Because we've tried deleting things. What if we call it trash? Get rid of this one because it didn't do anything. Yeah, there's nothing in it, so this is kind of... Asian sapphire mirror. So we solved the chess puzzle, got the figurehead. I feel like we've got to get the fishing lure from Halibut's side. I think this is our marker to get it. It's got to be in here, essentially. Is there anywhere we can get these? So... This implies the direction of navigating the boat once we've got the wheel. We've got to figure out how to navigate this puzzle. And look, behind us gave us this. So what is it that says go left, right, left, down? Left, right, left, down is the opening. Like, I can keep thrashing about through it, but... So it's left, right, left, down, left, right. Left, right, left, down, left, right. Well, I cannot figure it out otherwise, and I don't like doing this, but there's only 3 directions we can get through this. Left, right, left, left, right, down. Yeah, we brute forced it. Why was that? I don't know anything that would... What is left is slowly. My doctor assigned a lady to put signs in my own home. I can't even write in my notebooks without her going through them. Why are they doing this? I'm not crazy. The system has run out of memory. It used to be cluttered by guilt. To proceed, you must let go. Okay, it is cluttered by guilt. To get rid of them. This was the first image we encountered. This is supposed to be Guppy. This is supposed to be us. And this is Hal. This is later Hal. I believe this is supposed to be Emmett. Uttered with guilt. We have to let it go. So there's also the burn it all over on Maxine's side. So maybe this is... Nope. Nope. Love unsolicited political advertisement text messages. Eight windows need to be closed. So we can't open anything until we get rid of them. So we have big catch. What can we do to get rid of those? Look, additional commands. Nope. Says that's a command. It's clearly not a command. We don't have access to the terminal. Can we... Okay, and then back here. No. Can't open anything further without closing 8 windows, but we can't actively close any of these. This is his calling out. Essentially, this is him talking to, like, writing an entry for Guppy. Bird. Color lens, which gave us the color lens program. What were we supposed to do, Kathy, to get the pathway? Or at least where we were supposed to find it? Yeah. When I saw the burnt skin images, I don't think he ever finished it. How do we get rid of those windows? Because we have Big Catch as a... Oh. Can we put that here? Nope. That is the Inanna word. We have to get rid of those. Oh. Okay. So the notepad gives us right, left, down, which means skull is right, bunny is left, frog is down. And then we go through them in order that they appear in each of the colors. So blue, red, yellow. Okay. So it was something like... Yeah. Okay. Okay. How do we get rid of the image? The first image to get rid of is Big Catch. So... And I can't close any of those. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there are 10 of Big Catch. There are Supposed to be walleye. Let's try it. Because he mentions that they were like that was something that he got recently. A type of fish. Nope, still empty. Can I... ultimately don't care which one it is. Either of those. Well, we're going to try torching it anyway. Shakes, nothing else happens. Okay, password. What year? Asked me to stop using the computer. The screen says year 2007, but if I say something about it, they tell me it's correct. I don't understand why. Okay, don't forget. Okay. I didn't try the obvious. No. Stay out of my home. Where is Walter is Gwyn Witham. Huh. You must say goodbye. Waste bin. Yes. It exists between desktops. Finally. Burn some memories. Light it up. Painting on the wall shakes vigorously. Misspelled. Vigorously. You cover your eyes as experience tells you that this canvas should burst into flames. However, it's the recycle bin beside you that turns into a bonfire. Whatever files, photos, or memories hidden inside are now lost forever. However, something gleams between the cinders in the bottom of the bin. If you could reach for it, you'd be covered in soot, but the bin is not available in your current realm. No matter, it's not the first time you've emerged from ashes. Fishing lure. Now it is in Maximus's inventory. Fishing lure. Fish. Whoops. Okay, I think Desktop Explorer wasn't originally designed to be present in this many profiles at the same time. Better take things slower. Treasure chest opened. We have the wheel. Place the wheel. Hold on, I said take things slower. Rebooting. Enter in safe mode. Which in theory would prevent Desktop Explorer from starting. Unless it's been rooted. NextOS has triggered safe mode due to stability issues. Potentially unstable software processes have been disabled temporarily. Normally when you enter safe mode, everything that isn't like core OS does not load at the start. DE system error. Application error. Storyteller plus exe.error. Archived files. User admin. Another entry in Emmett's journal. Everything is my fault. It is ironic that this realization has come not from my life's work, but from speaking with Layla one last time. The only thing I needed to hear all along was her voice. I wish it had been you. I do believe there is a lot we don't know about our own soul. My search for it, tainted by my ego, has broken our daughter's spirit. I broke our daughter. It is only logical that this has broken me. I have never been good with words. I have theorized this project to be a way to understand it all. Life is filled with pain, and through this pain I expected to peel away all of the complexities that make us human. I now know that I have never understood anyone. If what I learned so far is to be of any use, this life is not the end but part of something grander. Whatever that is, Maxine is out there as a result of my own desires. I do not think we will meet there, nor do I deserve it. I will leave this world in silence and be a burden no more. No matter how many times it was asked of me, I could never utter the words for apologizing, as I never felt them true. I write not expecting forgiveness, but that as evidence of my wholehearted regret. To Layla and my dearest Lovelace, what he called Maxine. Maxine, I am truly sorry. Okay, this is a script for Desktop Explorer, or to run the management tool. Okay, we can get rid of it, we can update it, we can repair it. Can we update? Failed to connect to network. Available options. Oh, well, it's offline. If we repair it, it's still going to be active, and this would technically continue. If we uninstall it, we're pretty much done. There's nothing more that we could find. Repair tool can't start because something DLL is missing. Try reinstalling the program to fix. SSG RP4. Possibly. Oh. Destructive changes will be permanent and cannot be reverted. Sure. What are you doing? Boop. User Maxi. Oh. Hey, Guppy. Hello again. This is the computer's safe mode. NextOS triggers it when a fatal exception has occurred. I tried to open Maxine's folder and intercepted. And intercepted again. I see you found Desktop Explorer's compiler files. These are not things to be playing with. You just deleted Emmett Sounder's module. Nobody will be able to see his last words ever again, thanks to you. Nothing of value was lost, really. What do you say we go back to your profile? I can restore whatever file you're looking for. NR conversation. So next room conversation. We know some of these probably were missing. Restoring redacted conversation with D.E. Damon. So I wonder if this is later. Oh, yep. So this is towards the end of Maxine's interaction. We have all vacated the bed. Wow, they're all in uncommon locations right now. It's not my fault. I hate you. This is a new low, even for you. Everything presented to you is evidenced by your computer behavior. What do you mean by new low? Riddle me this, robot. What would my parents do if I ran away? Reconsider their marriage. Remember you as an artist. Live on in peace. If I disappeared all of a sudden, I know my dad would freak out. You're his program, right? I might as well be speaking to him. Dad, am I that insufferable? Would you not look for me? It very quickly calls out here. I'm going to prove your computer wrong, Dad. I will only come back if you look for me. I know you will. Dad, I'll be using the username Max Lovelace in all my accounts. Okay, so far full elite speak. Only you called me by that stupid nickname. I love you, okay? So Max was very insistent that even though the situation was rough frequently, that she didn't want to leave. Or of being very brave. Go ahead, then. Goodbye, Maxine Sounder. Okay. So we have a confirmation of this was running away. Well, that's at least less depressing. You're going to look for me. Please look for the username Max Lovelace. I will only create accounts with that name until you contact me. I will wait for you whatever time you need. I will flood the computer with copies of this note so it's impossible you miss it. I want to believe this program isn't you. I need to do this to be sure. Please, Dad, if Mom doesn't believe it in you, that's her problem. Show all of us. Show me that you care. Okay. All the variants that have been deleted. Okay, we can only shut down. We still don't have an internet connection. We are currently logged in as Maximus. We have uninstalled. Shut down as exit program. Can we get to a different account? Well, we can open multiple copies of this thing, but we can't close them once they've been opened. Well, I'll flood the computer with them, which means we'll open these until we can't open anymore. Which will essentially lock it down if we do this. Like, you can't do anything else if I can't close. We now can no longer close any windows. Now the question is, have I, like, messed up as a result of doing this? Okay, that's back to it. So let's load back in and see what it does. I think that might... It's not like a full soft lock, but that felt like a bit of a soft lock. Nope. I mean, we can compress them. Like, delete compressed files? Nope. I wonder if I found a broken state. I think I may have broke it. That would suck. Okay. Let's try the other way around instead of opening the... like... No. Ah. Okay, thank God. Oddly, this closes it. What? Why would you? Ugh. Okay, so let me uninstall again. Can help you. Are you sure? You delete a user's module. Okay. These are files from your Uncle Hal. They were compromising his quality of life by clinging to the past. He had to forget. Read all of the past user's chronologue. So this was the missing one. I finally found my fishing logbook. I thought I had thrown it away after we lost Walter. I couldn't stand seeing things that we used to share. Even being in the same room with them made me cry so much. The doctor suggested we use the logbook again as a personal journal. In the last visit, we wrote a bedtime story for Gwen as a therapeutic exercise. It made me think of my life and how grateful I am despite all that has happened. I used to think that Maxine resented me for my relationship with her mother. My biggest regret is not standing for her, even if Layla would hate me for it. I can't make the same mistake with Gwen. Little Guppy will always be cared for. I will always stand for her. I used to think that losing Walter would be the end of me. Even after the trial, it is still very hard to withstand the guilt. It was an accident. I know my brother would forgive me. It's the first time I write this. I hope to remember and write it more often. I forgive myself. It's hard to continue and acknowledge my progress, but realizing this is half the fight, is it not? Stingray Part 1. The Stingray Shade by Hal Waters. Once upon a time, a black spot moved beyond the shore. It was the stingray's back. He always swam at the ocean's floor. It looked for a family, but couldn't find others like him. He looked for other fish, any who were in the same need. One day, a beautiful little koi fish asked the stingray for help. I can't stand the sun. Would you be my aid? And so the stingray did. It swam above and covered the beautiful little koi fish with shade. His new friend was overjoyed, so the stingray swam even higher. This time, he covered all the koi fish around. However, the other fish preferred the sunlight. They argued, complained, and eventually dispersed. The beautiful little koi fish was left alone. The stingray left, afraid to make a bigger mess. Another day, two goldfish asked the stingray for help. The sun is too bright. Could you give us cover? And so the stingray remembered. The stingray wanted to help, but it did not want to cause trouble. This time he swam closer. When the goldfish thanked him, the stingray swam as close as he could. But the oldish goldfish couldn't see very well. It swam to the ground and eventually lost in sand and rubble. The smallest goldfish was left alone. This time, however, the stingray knew what he needed to do. He would stay near the goldfish. He would be his family. It wouldn't swim too far. That could be annoying. It wouldn't swim too close. That could be threatening. Always above the little goldfish. Not too far, not too close. This might be a metaphor for his relationship with Layla, but hard to say. The little goldfish thanked the stingray. You saved me. I always feel safe when you're with me. The stingray laughed and thanked back. Little one, you made me find my place in the sea. Once upon a time, a black spot moved on the ocean's depths. It was the stingray's shade, always following the goldfish trail. He had found a family, someone to care for, but it was the goldfish who saved the stingray from ever feeling alone. Uninstall. Warning, uninstalling DE daemon from user Halibut will inevitably trigger operating system failure. Continuing this process will result in permanent reformatting of the entire NextOS system. You will forever regret this, Guppy. Are you sure you want to continue? I helped every single one of them beat their nature. Yours is meddling with things beyond your control. You'll make everything worse. Boop. You need to learn to let go. You can't have everything under control. You need to learn to let go. Fleeting face image again. I think it's having problems. We've been going for a while. This last segment has been a long one. We did not have a profile before. A new chronologue entry is available to write. Completely wiped out. Guppy's final detective log. What matters most? Enough time has passed. I feel like I owe it to myself to write on chronologue one last time. Okay, so this is sometime later, and that's why we have... This is... Potentially, we have made a new profile on it in the intervening time. It is funny how, even though Desktop Explorer is no longer tracking my actions, I'm still a little scared to write about everything so openly. I've even been thinking about what the legacy means. Sherbet passing through. Even if Emmett was motivated by something as selfish as that at the beginning, I can't shake the feeling that we're all haunted by similar ghosts. How will we be remembered? By our guilt of past mistakes, our fear of rejection? Whatever my uncle, Max, or Emmett needed was never going to be found on a computer. It was all an accident. No one is to blame in the end. Even if Desktop Explorer deleted so many of their personal notes, their thoughts at the time, all of those memories live within me. What matters most is what I do with them now. Next social chats, Max Lovelace. Yep, Maxine Sounder. Happy 2015. Happy New Year's. I hope you're all right. Yo, Guppy, just wanted to check about the trip next week. Hey, Max, it's still on. The plan is to meet at Uncle Hal's and drive down to the lake. Gotcha, I'll bring my old CDs. Hey, Gup, on my way to see Hal. See you in a bit. You better not forget the sweaters, the band that Maxine liked. That was the background of her desktop and the soundtrack that played in her little next room thing. Click. They're gonna... I never trust that. Ending credits music and opening credits music is dangerous. Closing credits, give the folks their credit there. Yeah. There are people listed in the audio portion. If there's vocals or anything like that, it's not uncommon for them to have filed copyright, and that YouTube seeing that will mark things as matches. It is nice that we had closure with at least Max. So one marker that I was getting wrong is that Hal's brother was not Emmett. Um, it is a separate thing. Is Hal was haunted by the loss of his brother. Um, but no, that doesn't. There are some confusing aspects to the sequence there. External assets credit. Succulent center in macro. Dark King chess piece. Pile of CDs. Okay, this is many images. Were pulled. These are often like open source assets or like Creative Commons kind of assets. The, give proper credit, but you can use them kind of stuff. Yeah, if you can help me line up, because Hal's brother, he refers to him as Walter. Um, but I thought that the implication was that he hooked up with his brother's wife. But is that a separate brother, This is kind of sweet, though. Very nice. Very nice. And hello, Sonic. Welcome. Because then we don't have an indication. Because it could be another brother. I mean, there could be more than just the pair of siblings. That's technically possible. um, but I started to think that his brother is Walter Waters. It's an obituary of him on Hal's Web Explorer. Okay. Final chronologue entry: set his brother's house on fire and ultimately killed him. Yeah. Okay. Never. I didn't check the web history of Hal, or at least didn't click it. Okay. Okay. So it was a separate thing. Is um, then Guppy is Walter's daughter, and Emmett is just a third party, and it's that there is a. Yeah. Okay. That's where the kind of skew happened. All right. Still, this is, yes, that lined up. Not too surprising that Layla looked outside of the marriage, because it's clear that Emmett was. There's an implication that Emmett had a real problem with interpersonal relationships. That the relationship between him and Layla formed, but that it wasn't like fully cohesive. The further Emmett got into his work, the more detached he seems to have become. And the Maxine running off was definitely um, a hard catalyst for that to completely fall apart. Uh, there's the it's long since been a false assumption that marriages and relationships form on good grounds. That there can't be yeah, yeah. Um the like so the way that the intent that Max wrote the program for, and then the implications that he was like watching her use it to see if it was working, is like that was the moment where it was like, oh, Emmett's a terrible person. We can also see that the core behavior of the program, both when it targeted Hal, but additionally when it targeted Emmett, that the program was written fundamentally flawed. And even though that Emmett uh, said like, "Oh, I regret this," "I'm sorry about this," it's the program very aggressively pursued. Um, like it claimed that it was trying to help them, but the way it was helping them was really the most extreme way to approach it. This is paralleled by the whole, a machine is tasked with protecting humanity, and then it determines that since humanity is the greatest threat, that the best course of action is to remove humanity so it can no longer be threatened. In this case, it's, oh, somebody is trying to mess with Max's brain. Well, if that's going to mean that Max is going to be removed, then we should encourage Maxine to just remove herself. That'll be great. Then Maxine cannot, like the Maxine that I'm talking to, can no longer be altered because she will be gone. But she'll have done it herself. So, empowerment. Uh, no. In the same way that for Hal, tormented by guilt and an increasing deterioration of memory, the program looks at that and says, well, if your memory completely deteriorates, you'll forget all the guilty stuff and then you'll feel better. Um, the So the story of like an AI or something that gets out of control is often used, and we're seeing that narrative deployed when these large language models run amok, when they're given access to things that they're not suited to do, capable of a facsimile of, but not suited for full function of. They have that like, oh, it got out of control. It's not getting out of control. It's doing exactly what it is, its function is. And that's finding an optimum result, an optimum match, not thinking through it, not doing it. It's doing what it is coded to do. And in this case, even though Emmett says he regrets its behavior, he regrets that it didn't accomplish what he wanted it to. Not what it did, he states as much. It's that he doesn't really regret his actions, but their results. He regrets that it caused Maxine to run away instead of becoming what he wanted her to as a result of the system. He regrets his failure. Uh, but good narrative in this regard, and I think they earned the happy ending. Very frequently you will get, like, it'd be reasonable for this to end unhappily, that Maxine was not safe and sound by the end. That would have been a legitimate ending as well, that we know the truth of the tragedy, as opposed to we get to learn the whole story and it's not terrible, because the course of events was terrible. I like that. I like that. It turned out good. It turned out good. I would like to see more of this kind of thing. I I like that this is kind of like a found footage story where we're rooting through things, but it didn't feel like we were just picking up text logs in a walking sim or, traversing the spaceship in Dead Space and finding conspicuous snippets of personal logs cast around, like somebody was holding diary page 5 as they walked around, just diary page 5. Because, if you keep a steady log of what you do over time, exactly what you do is keep them on individual discs and, go back to your room to grab another one so that you can breadcrumb them around. It felt like we were actually digging through it. I like the it is the best page of the diary, Kathy. Yeah, it's not that we just found those things. It's that we were presented with them. An alternative to this would have been that we are presented with the whole breadth of the information that they have, and that we would have to trigger interactions with Desktop Explorer and piece the story together. That would be a way to do it as well. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily a better or worse way to do it. It would come down to execution. The We played a game called The Root Trees Are Dead in one of our prior streams, and that one was all of the information was available to you from the start. Everything. Some of it you had to like trigger to create a usable snippet, but it was all available to you, and the investigation was piecing the clues together. Very different experience. I think the interactions with Desktop Explorer were like direct interactions with our Clippy entity were interesting, and they added to it, but it was looking at the way that the stories were presented, the little narratives that it gave them as a game already told us how it was interacting with them, especially Hal's experience. We could see it in his reaction, that the imagery that it presented to him was haha inflammatory. It was that would easily trigger a trauma or defensive reaction. Is, part of the mental anguish, the constant guilt, was the image of his brother on fire, and to present him with burning human imagery, uh, that's not just unhealthy, that's like dangerous and cruel. And that this program that is meant to interact with a person psychologically and that presents itself as trying to help them, it shows that it's not there to help. Um, it, it it's nearly to destroy. Um, Again, it's got that solve the problem as efficiently as possible, even if that problem is, even if the solution that it comes up with is maximum damage. Again, we saw that with Maxine, especially with all of the implications. It's everything about that situation was almost maximum harm, maximum psychological damage. With Hal, we could see it was doing everything that it could to essentially erode that man. We don't get as clean an impression at all of its interaction with Emmett, because it short circuits that. When you get through the first room in the tower, it just fast forwards. Which I kind of think is a shame, because the way that the program initially starts, it is very clearly mocking him. It is needling him. And I would have actually liked to see how they presented that. Because that would have emphasized it. That's what it does. Again, it finds that weak point and jams a crowbar in there. But no, this was really fun, as might be apparent by the fact that we've been going for, I want to say, 7 hours. Yeah. Now, the sequence that follows, I think, is good. The sequence that follows gives us a little bit of that after. So this is the sequence where it's interacting with Guppy directly. It gives us a bit of the same vibe, bit of the same thing, that we're experiencing the way that it jabs at us. Now, one of the puzzles during that sequence I feel like was a bit opaque, but it's one of those, in hindsight, that was fair. I think that was my vibe of the entirety of is it never felt like in hindsight, I never feel like that was an unfair puzzle. That was a bad leap of logic. I had the two pieces next to each other and didn't connect them. But overall, good. And like I said, we got to see that needling. This seems really important in private, so of course you have to know everything about it. Those little jabs. I also like during the Maxine sequence that we also got to see a toxic online relationship. The way that Femur behaved. On the surface, this is a person that is very concerned and is offering an out. But when we get the final refutation from Maxine, the stop asking, I'm not going to do that, the violence, the hostility that Femur presents, that is the behavior of a predator. That is the behavior of somebody that has been trying to manipulate, trying to sink their hooks in, and they have been fully denied. Well, if they can't have you, they don't want you. And you are thrust away. And that action, in doing that, that is a last-ditch effort, because if the person is still vulnerable, then that push away can trigger a defensive action, oh, but no, I can't lose this friend. And now they have an opportunity to turn it around. Oh, now you have to ask my forgiveness, and I can be magnanimous. Add to that the subsequent, like the web article in the help docs about, hey, is it possible to find a person's location based on their Nextdoor account? There. Yeah, exactly there, Sonic. The, hey, can I find their IP and location through their account? It's like, oh no, you're a bad person. And then you find the IP thing and it's like, yep, you're a bad person. Confirmed, not just I feel betrayed. That is a yep, our assumption was true. But that's not even the main scenario. That's just a side thing. That was well done. That was well done. They are presented with, these are a bunch of nice people. These are people that are just chatting online, as well as the predatory individual. It wasn't a focus of the story, but it was there and it was plausible. Good on the writing. Good on the writing. But I had a good time. I had a good time. I expect that you have played through this, Sonic. That well, you had knowledge of it, so I feel confident to say that you played through it. That seems foregone. But you had a good time with the game as well? Ow, ow. There we go. I get that. I get that. It's always a, do I really want to invest in this game just now? Uh, for some folks, it's watching it is how they will consume it. Um, I do encourage folks, even with narrative ones, is if you have the means and you really enjoyed the watch, again, this is if you have the means, do not overreach. Then even if it is something that you watched the playthrough of, purchasing it supports the makers of it. Again, not admonition, not anything like that. But for these narrative games that show up on streams, if you can, support the writers. That is an interesting thought, Sonic. I wonder how the portion where you check the analysis, where it looks at the conclusions, if you behave very similarly, what does it do? If I create a similar number of text files as Halibut, how does it react? If I create a similar number of image files as Maxine, if I leave the game active, like if I let the game stay installed such that her sequence takes 4,500 hours before it is completed, I have to presume real world. Would that create different results? That is true. If you stop at the point of the journal, stop at the point, I believe it's after, you'd have to go to Anubis first, and you would have to stop after the burning imagery, because I believe that's where his journal says he stopped. It'd be fiddly. It'd be fiddly to do, but it is an interesting thought. Even if I expect it either is something that it overlooks, or if they just have a comment from it, is to exactly the same thing happened. It'd still be a comical Easter egg either way. But yeah, good times, good times. I will be looking through, the Steam backlog of shame, to see if there's anything else that I want to try for our next one. I like investigation games. I like creepy games. We want to keep that kind of thing in the rotation. We've still got some Pal World streams that we're probably going to be doing. There's still more to do, more to build. And we still have the coding to get around to, but I have that intervening project before I can get back to the game project. And that intervening project has enough of a mental block associated with it that isn't about difficulty. But we'll get there. We will get there. The game will continue. Now, if you have suggestions for games that might be interesting in that vein, yes, you can, Silent. There is a suggestion forum on the Discord. I always try to look at that and see if there's something neat. Failing creepy investigation game, we do have a couple of interesting roguey bullet heaven games to try. There's one that has an actual visual programming language associated with the weaponry. and another one that's a spin off of a Zelda E game that has the same kind of mechanic. And I do like that. That's kind of one of the aspects of the game we're writing. So, but yeah, shameless plug Discord. There is a suggestion forum for games there. Discord has a link. There is a link to the Discord that you can find through the link tree that is in my YouTube bio and in the video descriptions on YouTube. Newt Mechanist on YouTube. Newt Mechanist on any platform that I am active on, which is pretty much YouTube and Twitch. Well, and Twitter and Blue Sky. I do have a TikTok account. It is dormant. Um, but yeah, I hope everybody had a good time watching today. If you did like what you see and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All those buttons are generally good and help the channel grow. And with that, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I will see you next time.